Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Calgary, Alberta, at the Calgary Olympic Oval, home of the fastest ice in the world. My name's Greg Bieber, your announcer and commentator. Once again, day two for the final long track speed skating season, long track competition of the speed skating season here in Calgary. Hopefully, I can speak the rest of the day. I guess that's why I don't do the news anymore. This is the Oval finale and Canada Cup 5. Let's start with the land acknowledgement. And of course, I want to welcome everybody on behalf of the University of Calgary as well. The opportunity is to acknowledge the traditional territories of the people of Treaty 7 region in southern Alberta. And the city of Calgary is also home to Métis Nation of Alberta, region number 3. Here is what's going to take place today. Day 2. 12.5 lap race, the men's 5,000 meter, 11 quartets. We're going to have one group of 6 quartets, followed by the balance of the quartets, 5 after that. And then the women are back to compete for their second and final 500 meter distance, 16 pairings in that. So if some of the ladies didn't get a PB or a personal best yesterday, they got another chance today. And then the women's 3,000 meter pair, there'll be, looks like pairs, but I believe they may even be quartets. And so they will be quartets coming up. So we'll have 28 skaters in the women 3,000 meters. The officials today, the key officials, Chief Referee Philip Marois from Quebec, a level 4 international official. Andre McIntosh in from British Columbia. The legendary Dave Thompson is here to assist. Also, there's Werner Meyer, Mark McGee, Rona Hathaway, Eureka Boyce is also on that list. And starters Mark Poulin and Kim Fraunberger are handling the duties for the full 4 days. Brad Bates is assisting, and Jason Bate from Ottawa is also assisting. Starting the women is Mark Poulin, and starting the men is Kim Fraunberger. And Kim will be handling the starter duties coming up in 5 minutes. So we are now live on the webcast. You can access it through the University of Calgary website, Speed Skating Canada website, or the new app that everybody is just focused on, is Sportity. That's where all the information is, your pairings, your live results, a connection to the webcast. And wherever you are on the marble, on planet Earth, watching your loved ones, we've got some Swedes in the house, some Norwegians in the house. For example, obviously some Canadians and Americans in the house, an Australian in the house. So wherever you are watching your loved ones, welcome aboard to the Oval finale, Canada Cup 5 here live at the Calgary Olympic Oval in Calgary, Alberta. Stay tuned. We'll be starting in 4 minutes. Lots to talk about today. Probably going to touch on some coaches today. We got the Classic Series to talk about. That's a 4-meet series that happened. It started in August. That finished off at the Winter Series, and talk about all the winners. I've got Cam McLeod, one of the Calgary Ice Meisters, coming up during the 5,000 meter race, and I'd love to chat. We're going to have a conversation about the ice, because I've always learned something new when I come out into Calgary. So Cam McLeod, hopefully he'll be here within the next 15 or so minutes. And a big shout out to our sponsor, Intac, who's been with Speed Skating Canada for a number of years, and a very loyal and very dedicated sponsor, and handles a very large and general insurance business. So if you're looking to switch in that area, you go to Intact. Intact, we want to give a shout out to you, because we thank you so much for your support. It's coming up to 9:58. I go quiet inside the Oval as the officials ready themselves for a 10 o'clock start. Coming up, the men's 5,000 meters in less than 3 minutes. It's the 2-minute warning. I'll announce the first quartet of the men's 5,000 meters in about 1 minute. So the 5,000 meter race, the The skaters will be starting in the southwest corner for their first 200 meters. That's their half lap. And then after that, it's 12 laps after that. I'll throw on some music for them for the inside the oval, and you and I can chat throughout the race. You'll want to be monitoring lap times for longer races because that's the strategy behind long races. Well, any race, but they certainly focus on that because it's an endurance race. So let me announce the first quartet. As the starters and officials get ready, as do the skaters, let me introduce to you the first quartet. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the the Calgary Olympic Oval, home of the Olympic Oval Finale Canada Cup 5 Day 2 long track speed skating competition. This is the first quartet of the 5,000 meters. In pair number 1, in the inside lane from Poland, Norbert Piekielny. In the outer lane from the USA, Augie Herman. In the second pairing of this quartet in the inside lane from the Netherlands, Oka Mouwen. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Luca Wieman. Good luck, gentlemen. Okay, here we go. Let's listen. Okay, the first pairing is Norbert Piekielny. The second pairing is Augie Herman. The second pairing is Oka Mouwen. Had a chat with him about the pronunciation of his first name. He likes Oki, but I'm going to go with Oka. It's almost correct, but not quite. And Luca Wieman from Saskatchewan. Opening 200 meters, ladies and gentlemen. 21.2 for Piekielny. Herman in at 20.18. That's just to get them up to speed. And Mouwen in at 1989 and Wieman in at 20.38. Now they settle in for their less than 12 lap race now. In case you've just joined us, we're starting. Well, we're underway for day number 2 at the Oval Finale, Canada Cup 5. You see 4 skaters on the ice. This is the 5,000 meters. A lot of these skaters who are middle to long distance absolutely love this race. It's certainly a huge test of an endurance. Looking at the coaches, I think looks like Todd McClements is assisting Norbert Piekielny from Poland. Augie Herman from the States, that would be Dave Cruikshank, of course. Tim Comfort is coaching Luca Wieman. That makes sense. And I'll get a look at who's assisting Oka Mouwen. It looked like Marc-Andre Poudre-Michon, but I'm not sure. We'll have a look here. It might be Marcus Dahle, actually, the injured Norwegian, and I have a feeling that is it. Yes. So what's the key to a strong 5,000 meter race, 12 and a half laps around? Obviously, it's not a sprint race. It's a marathon. And I think if I were to draw you a graph on a piece of paper with a x-axis and a y-axis, I would draw you almost like a bubble where the skaters start slow. They get their opening 200 meters underneath their belt, get them some momentum, and then they start to accelerate to a lap speed that they're comfortable or that they put a strategy in place for the race and then attempt to hold to it. So they start slow, they build, get to where they can in terms of holding a lap pace, and then obviously the longer the race goes on, the more tired they're going to get, and the lap time is going to increase. So have a look on the screen, and you can see the lap times I'm just going to average the lap times. So they're roughly around 32. Well, Pekelny's 31 and a half. So there's a big difference between 31 and a half and 32 and a half or 33. But you're going to start to see the lap time increase. But the more you can compress that lap time, the faster you know the race is going to be. We're going to see these times come in. I think we're going to be around the 6:40, anywhere from 6:45 to 6:55 for these skaters. I guess we'll see, because we've got less than 3 laps to go now in their 5,000 meter race. They go actually fairly quick. But this is where these skaters now are feeling it. This is about where, according to the skaters that I talk to, their lactic acid starts to build up, and they're digging deep. They love this race for some reason, because I guess it pushes them both physically and mentally. And there's another race that is double the distance of this, and that's tomorrow. That's the men's 10,000. That's 25 laps around. And in Canada, we've got some fantastic skaters. Obviously Ted-Jan Bloemen, a former Dutch skater, now skating for Canada and has for years, is a 5,000 meter. I hear the bell lap for Pekelny and Herman. And Graham Fish, of course, long distance skaters. Their lap times, they're around 28 to 29. So you can see the difference between their level and the level of development for these skaters. Not a bad thing, but every skater is at a certain point. Okay, so let me call in the race for these skaters. So the bell lap for Pekelny and Herman is complete. Pekelny from Poland will finish his race with a personal best of 6:41.32, and Augie Herman comes in at 6:47.87. Congratulations, gentlemen. Oka Mouwen from the Netherlands and Luca Wieman. Wieman comes out of the corner earlier than Mouwen, and he's about to cross the line, and does so with a time of 6:54.76, and Mouwen in at 6:59.60. We now move to the second quartet in the inside lane. In the first pairing from Manitoba, Joel Simpson. In the outer lane from Alberta, Joshua Hathaway. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Daniel Hall. And in the outer lane from BC, Eric Orlowski. So, false start in the second pairing. Simpson and Hathaway are underway. Joel Simpson's 200 meter, 20.27. Hathaway in at 20.91. Now they settle in for their race. Okay, so for quartets like the 1,000 and 1,500, perhaps even the 3, and they are going to restart this. I didn't know whether they were going to do a restart during the race or not, and they are, so they're in the position now. Okay, good. Now we've got both sets going. Good luck to the lap counter on this one. Joel Simpson and Joshua Hathaway, they're over 1,000 meters into their race. Simpson's having a fantastic year. I want to give a shout out to Joel's parents, Trent and Lindsay, who were here last week. I don't think they're here this week. And Trent and Lindsay, I know you're watching. If you're not watching live, you're certainly probably going to watch the replay. Let me call the 200 on Hall and Orlowski first. So Hall's opener in 200 meters is 9.92. Orlowski in at 20.48. Yeah, so Trent and Lindsay are very dedicated parents who live in Portage La Prairie, and I've now been part of the speed skating scene in Manitoba for, actually, I don't know how many years, maybe half a dozen years, and I've seen Joel grow up from a young teen to now a grown man in his early 20s, and he's been here a couple of years, and I think he's just simply following the program that is simply laid out to him, and he is he is seeing the results. Now, his personal best around in the 5,000 is around the 6:38 range. I would expect him to beat that today. But anyway, Trent and Lindsay, so nice to see you. And Trent, extra shout out for you for everything you do. You're the Greg Plennert of Manitoba, meet coordinator for all the events that we have in Portage La Prairie and in Niverville. Thank you so much for everything you do. A speed skating parent that continues to give back, even though his son is at the University of Calgary, part of the OVO program. So Joel Simpson on the ice. Joshua Hathaway is on the ice from Alberta. We got Daniel Hall from Alberta and Eric Orlowski. Daniel Hall is having a good year, and he's more a middle to long, well, I would say no, actually more of a long distance skater. And he was he qualified for the Canadian junior national team. He went in 2022. He was like 10th or 12th, and he got the 5th and final position, or might have been the 4th position. But he qualified. They sent 5 male and 5 female to make up a team of 10 to go compete at the World Juniors in Innsbruck. There was the final cup stop. There's only 3 cups. World Cups in the juniors. There's 6 in the big boys and girls, and then there's the World Junior Championships. It was at the same venue in Innsbruck, Germany. So they were over there for 2 weeks. Daniel came back with a medal in the mass start with a sprint finish with him and Lucas Steckley, which I think he's still here. He's actually, his mother and Lucas are still here from last weekend, but I haven't seen him race yet at all. Anyway, Daniel Hall had a medal in his first foray into the Junior Worlds, and he's got, I think, at least one more year so to qualify for the juniors. Just because you're on the team last year doesn't mean you're on the team the next year. Everybody has to qualify all over again, and that usually happens around the Christmas time, early January. Next year's World Junior Championships is in Japan, so quite exciting for these kids to get to see different parts of the world and put the maple leaf on their back and compete for their country. What an awesome feeling. Joel Simpson is on the ice right now, and Joshua Hathaway, you can see them just come into the screen. Simpson with the white armband, Hathaway with the red armband. The yellow and blue armband now is Daniel Hall, yellow with Hall, and Orlowski with the blue. You see all 4 coaches. I'll take another look on who's on the line next time we go around. Less than 3 laps to go for the first pairing. We obviously have more laps to go given the false start between Hall and Orlowski. Joshua Hathaway loves long distance races as well. So these guys are very evenly paired. I see Todd McClements. I see Christine Lazarescu on the line. 5,000-meter race is 12 1/2 laps around a 400-meter oval. And in case they're always switching lanes, the bell lap for Simpson and Hathaway has gone up. They're always switching lanes. But in the 5,000-meter, if they start in the inside lane, they finish in the inside lane. If they start in the outer, they obviously finish in the outer. I see Phil Riopel, who is looks like he's coaching Joshua. And let me call this race live inside the oval, at least this pairing. Here comes Joel Simpson down the straightaway to finish his race. He crosses the line with a time of 6:40.32, just off his personal best. Hathaway with a time of 6:43.83. So Simpson and Hathaway in pairing number 1 are complete. And 2 more laps to go in pairing number 2. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say if I see Joel or Joshua and ask them what they thought of the race, I'd say that they probably would be slightly disappointed, thinking that they might have gotten a faster time. Still, it's in the ballpark of their personal bests, and congratulations to them in finishing their 5,000. Perhaps we'll see them in the 10,000, which is tomorrow afternoon. The last race of the day on Saturday. Daniel Hall and Eric Orlowski on the ice. Todd McClements and Mike Hall in the coach's box, coaching Hall and Orlowski as they head to the final 100 meters of their 5,000-meter race. Orlowski with the blue armband, Hall with the yellow armband. Everything they have left. Crossing the line first with a personal best is Eric Orlowski at 6:39.31 and Hall 6:40.64. Very evenly matched skaters. In the third quartet in the inside lane of the first pairing from Alberta, Caleb Mueller. In the outer lane from Ontario, Jake Weideman. In the second pairing of this quartet in the inside lane from the Czech Republic, Lucas Steckley. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Amy Perreault. So no sooner did I mention Louis Steckley, I see he shows up in quartet number 3. Okay, second false start of this morning in the quartets. And that's Steckley and Perreault, so we'll get to them in a moment. They'll bring them out. $19.15 opener and $19.21 for these two skaters, Caleb Mueller and Jake Weideman. Okay, both pairings are on the ice. Steckley's opening 200 meters is 20.49. Amy Perreault, 21.18. Caleb Mueller and Jake Weideman in the first pairing. Louis Steckley and Amy Perreault in the second pairing. So when there is a false start, then the starters wait for the first pairing to at least go around one lap, and then they bring them out, and then if all goes well, they'll get that start underway. So you see Uwade Munsif Awadi coaching Amy Perot. You see Lucas Steckley's mother, who is the coach. Her last name is Stekla. That's what they do in the Czech Republic. And we'll see who's coaching Jake Weideman. That's probably Will Dutton and Caleb Mueller. Yeah, there's Dutton. And it looks like, it sure looks like Magnus Dolly on the coach's box assisting Caleb Mueller. It's possible. That's to be confirmed. All right, let's talk about these skaters. I've talked about Weideman in past, born from Ottawa and from a family of speed skaters. His sister Isabel skates, and his youngest sister skated, Lily. I think she works at the Oval, and but retired from skating to focus on her studies. And her parents, Laurel and John, moved out here. Might have even surprised the kids to say, hey, kids, here we are. And had the flexibility in their career to do so. I think they toggle back and forth between Calgary and Ottawa now. But I've had a chance to get to know Jake as he billeted in our home when he was competing in Canada Cup 3 in Winnipeg. I know Isabel a little bit, and I've met Lily at the front desk over the years. A lovely family, just a tremendous family, actually. And what can I say? I guess I could talk about the Weidemans all day long. I probably should give Mueller or Steckley and Perot some airtime. I haven't met. I met Lucas a little bit, and I saw him race. He competed at the World Junior Championships when I went over to when my daughter was over there, and I watched, and he beat Daniel Hall in the final 15 meters of the mass start at the World Junior Championships. That was a fun race to watch. And so Steckley, obviously an up-and-coming skater. These are very young people. Lucas Steckley's probably around 17 or 18 years of age. Amy Perot and Caleb Mueller I haven't met. Mueller's been around a long time. He skates out of Quebec. That's why you see Munsuf Awadi on the line. And I said that looked like that. The one coach looks like Magnus Daly. That's not. It's actually Marc-Andre Poudre-Michon. He told me his nickname is Poud or Poudi. So Marc-Andre or Poudi, he's on the line. So anyway, you've got these coaches, and boy, they're so important to these athletes. They're so important to these athletes in terms of giving them encouragement, in terms of giving them information, and athletes have shared with me that, you know, their coaches, if they're unable to make a certain meet and they end up coaching themselves, they notice a difference, a huge difference. As we're watching right now on the screen, Mueller in the white armband and Weideman in the red armband. We should see some times in here. I'm thinking somewhere between the 6:30 and 6:40 range. It depends how the athletes are feeling. But right now they're looking, you know, they're looking like they're racing a 5,000 meter race. Everything they've got. Crossing the line first with a personal best is 6:23. And Weideman at 6:25.52. Both personal bests for these skaters. Congratulations, Caleb. And congratulations, Jake. Well, I was off the mark on that now, wasn't I? Off by probably a good 5 to 15 seconds. So Mueller and Weideman, who looked absolutely exhausted as they crossed the line, left it all on the ice. You can tell because they have two letters beside their time called P and B, personal best. Bell lap for Lucas Steckley, the gold medalist at the World Junior Champs in Insel, Germany this year in the mass start. And Amy Perot, You can take a look at the lap times, and that'll give you an indication of how it looks like how it's going to end up. Perot's time probably is going to end up in the 6:25 to 6:30 range here. So let's see what he does. He's giving it all he's got as he heads down the stretch. 6:35 for Perot, Amy Perot. 6:35.54, and finishing up in this pairing is Lucas Steckley, and he does so with a time of 6:48.80. In the fourth quartet, in the first pairing in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Bon Lo. In the outer lane from Quebec, Jonah Hurtubise. And in the outer lane from in the inside lane from Ontario, Emile Lodzak-Santor. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Antoine Hamel. You and I will chat. We're going to deal with it. Okay, two good, clean starts. In the first pairing, Bon Lo, Jonah Hurtubise, and Emile Lodzak-Santor from Ontario, and then Antoine Hamel from Quebec. Two Quebec skaters, a Saskatchewanite and an Ontarioan. Opening 200 meters for Bon Lo, 1998, 19.6 for Jonah Hurtubise, and Lodzak-Santor, 20.46, and 21.62 for Hamel. Here we go. 5,000 meters, 12 1/2 laps around. I'm going to go check on the music inside the oval. I'll be right back. Bon Lo, Jonah Hurtubise. Bon Lo, I've had an opportunity to meet over the years. He represented his province at the Canada Winter Games this year. I had a good meet. Saskatchewan won the silver medal. He left with 2 medals. He got a silver in the team pursuit, and he got a silver in the 5,000 meters. Daniel Hall took home the gold. Put on a clinic, and Bon Lo came second and did exceptionally well. And so silver medalist Bon Lo. He was in Winnipeg at the Canada Cup 3, and I was announcing, and I announced outside in the cold weather because I want to be with the athletes. And I basically, when Bon Lo finished one of his races in 30 below weather, he wasn't 5 feet off the ice when I put a microphone in front of his face and gave him a quick interview. And my, oh my, what an amazing interview. What a very young, intelligent man. And he didn't disappoint from an interviewer's perspective. Bon, thanks so much for doing that. I really appreciate that. He is a junior still. I'm not sure if he's aging out this year, but a couple of attempts on making the junior national team, fairly consistent, but was 8th in 2022 and 2023 this year. He loves the longer races. The 5,000 meter and the 10,000 meter is right in his wheelhouse. And his goal was to make the Canada Winter Games and represent his province. And these athletes wake up every day with a goal in mind. And he delivered. And like I said earlier, he came back from the Canada Winter Games with silver medals. And when I talked to him back in the fall, I said, "Who would you like me to give you a shout out to?" And he said his mom, Kaylee, in Saskatoon. So, Kaylee, I don't know if you're in the building or if you're at home watching your son, but you have a delightful young man in Bond Low. Emil Hodzak-Santer, I need to connect with, the same with Jonah Hutebus, but Antoine Amel I met because he represented his province in Quebec at the Canada Winter Games. And this is one of his favorite races. The 5,000 is really a treat for these skaters. As you can see, Marc-André Michon, Poudre Michon, coaching both Antoine Amel and it looks like Jonah Hutebus as well. And so anyway, Antoine, looking to make the Canadian national team, and that is his. That would be he was fourth actually, so he actually came very close to making it. He's studying law right now in Quebec, and his parents, Kathy and Louis, I guess. Kathy and Louis, if you're watching, you have a very nice young man in Antoine, and I had a chance to meet him. A delight. And here he is racing right now in the second pairing of the 5,000-meter race. In case you've just joined us, we are here in Calgary, Alberta, at the Calgary Olympic Oval, home of the fastest ice in the world, watching the men's 5,000 meters. There's 11 quartets. And this is the fourth quartet of the 11. You're watching Saskatchewan and Quebec in the first quartet, and down in front of the timing deck, I'm hearing a lot of their teammates cheer them on right now. And we've had the bell lap go off for the first pairing. Let me call in this race. Bell lap for Lowe and Hutebus. And now the bell lap for Amel and Hodzak-Santer. Here comes Bon Lowe. Let's see if he can get himself a personal best. Bon Lowe crossing the line with a personal best, and he does at 6:49.32. Jonah Hutebus with a season's best of 6:48.24. Finishing off in the inside lane, Emil Hodzak-Santer does so with a time of 6:55.38, and Amel in at 6:56.88. In the fifth quartet, in the inner lane from Saskatchewan in the first pairing, Keegan Waddington. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Brock Gilbert. In the inner lane from the second pairing from Saskatchewan, Daniel Pauly. And in the outer lane, also from Saskatchewan, Fergus English. Okay, the second pairing in quartet number 5 is going to do it all over again. All right, let's see if I can time this right. I didn't do so well last time. Opening 200 meters for Waddington, 21:06. Gilbert, 21:14. We do it all over again for pairing number 2. So, my timing was a little bit better. We don't have the camera on the start, but you're going to hear it in a sec. Oh, they're going to wait another lap, it looks like. Okay, the idea is that if a second pairing gets a false start, they want to wait for the first pairing to come by. As soon as they come by, they can get it going. And that looks like it's going to happen. Probably 2 laps in first. Paulie's opening 200 meters is 20.6 and Fergus English 21. Quartet number 5 of 11. We'll do 6 quartets, and then we're going to have a ice resurfacing. Come back, and we'll finish off quartets 7 to 11. Actually, 4 more quartets and 1 pairing. Keegan Waddington. Well, actually, it's almost an entire Saskatchewan group on the ice. Keegan Waddington. And he'd be coached by Christina Lazarescu. Part of the Oval program. Brock Gilbert is coached by Phil Riopel. You can see him with a hat on backwards. Todd McClements. He'd be coaching Daniel Pauly. He's also part of the Oval program. And probably Fergus English is getting coached by Tim Comfort. So Saskatchewan is producing some really tremendous long track speed skaters. Fergus English was part of the Saskatchewan long track team at the Canada Winter Games, so he'd still be in junior. My guess is he still lives back home in Saskatchewan, probably Saskatoon, still finishing his high school. The 5,000 meter race for Fergus is something that he really enjoys. And when I asked him back in the fall what he was working on, it was really more longer strides, planting his left foot closer to his right. So if we get a good camera shot of Fergus English, he's wearing the blue armband. Let's see if he's actually doing that. And like other skaters, they cross-train. Oh, we almost saw Daniel Pauly slip on this as he entered into the south corner. He's regrouped, kept his balance, and kept going. But I was saying English likes to cycle. A lot of the skaters love to cycle. It's a great cross-training sport for the athletes. Gilbert's from Cochrane, Alberta. And Heather McLean helps out Phil Riopel from time to time. And this is one of his favorite races. He loves the 5,000 and he loves the 10,000. And his whole goal will be to make the national team. His mom Mary and his dad Brad. Hopefully you're watching because he wants to say hi to you. If you're not already talking to him. You can see how exhausted these skaters are. I mean, this is really tough on them. But I guess that's the joy of it, isn't it? Paulie also represented his province at the Canada Winter Games and took home a silver medal in the team pursuit. Saskatchewan had a great race. The 5,000 meters is something that he really enjoys as well. I think we've got a bell lap coming up here. That Daniel Paulie goes to the University of Calgary. And Daryl and April, if you're watching, I've had a couple chances to connect with Daniel. And you're raising a nice young man there. Keegan Waddington is somebody I need to connect with. And I'm going to turn over to the oval and call in the first pairing. Rounding the final turn to finish off his 5,000 meters with whatever he has left is Brock Gilbert. He'll cross the line at a time of 6:59.50. And in the inner lane, 7:05.21, Keegan Waddington. Now, this pairing, as you know, had a false start. And I think they let 2 laps go around before they started. So this might be less than 2 laps to go. We'll have a bell lap, basically, is the bottom line, as they head into basically 600 meters left in their 5,000 meter race. So if you've just joined us or if you've been with us since the start and I'm a little bit of white noise in the background, it's 10:40 Calgary time as the bell lap goes off for Paulie in English. You're watching the men's 5,000 meter races. This is the 5th of 11 quartets here in Calgary at the Calgary Olympic Oval, home of the fastest ice in the world. And it's the oval finale, Canada Cup 5. It's 2 speed skating meets squished together, depending on what your agenda is, what your hopes and dreams are. If you're looking for points to maintain your national funding or get on the team or next gen, this is part of a Points Cup series. Crossing the line with a time of 7:01.48 is Fergus English. And a time of 7:04.53, Daniel Paulie. In the final quartet before ice resurfacing, first pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, William Boissonneau. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Ian McPeak. In the second pairing in the inner lane from Australia, Darius Ashetti. And in the outer lane from Sweden, Wilhelm Eckenschau. All right, here we go. Let's listen. William Boissonneau from Quebec opening at 200 meters, 21.58. Ian McPeak from Manitoba, 21.63. Wilhelm Eckenschau at 21.06 for his opening 200 meters, and Ashetti at 21.7. They now settle into their desired lap times for the remainder of their 5,000 meter race. Good luck, gentlemen. Here's some music for you. Boissonneau and McPeak in the first pairing, Ashetti and Eckenschau in the second pairing, an Australian and a Swede in the second pairing. Darius Ashetti has been around a long time. I believe he's basically coached by himself. Just has fallen in love with the sport kind of rare for somebody from Australia. But every time I see that man, he's got a smile on his face from ear to ear. Wilhelm, haven't had a chance to meet. Boissonneau as well. McPeak, I know from Manitoba. I've watched his speed skating career unfold. He's a University of Calgary online student and will be here in person next season. Loves the longer distance races. I think his genetics support that. A sprinter, he would say a sprinter. He's not. But middle to long distance would favor, again, his genetics. And skaters have to actually look at that and be honest with themselves. Are they a sprinter? Are they middle distance? Are they a long distance? I mean, there's not many Eric Hardens in the world. On Lake Placid, whatever race he entered in, he got a gold medal, whether it be the 500 meters or the 10,000. But because over that 40-year time now, you've seen the skaters and the whole speed skating community and training evolve with the equipment and the techniques in terms of developing the athletes. You tend to have skaters in sort of three silos of distances: sprinters, shorter distances, 500 to 1,000, and then there's some middle distances, 1,000 to 1,500, maybe 3,000 for the women. And then the men's, they love to center on the 5,000 and 10,000. Women would be 1,500, 3. And there is a 5,000 meter women's race as well. So short, middle, and long distances is what the skaters sort of settle into as they sort of come out of their the teenage years into their early 20s, maybe even decide a little bit before. And then the training revolves around those distances. Sprinters will train far different than what they will with somebody who skates for long distances. Sixth quartet on the ice right now: Boissonneau and McPeak, Hachette and Eckenshaw. We have an Australian, a Swede, and a Canuck on the ice. How sweet is that? Pun intended. And to the Eckenshaw family, back home, hello. And I hope to connect with Wilhelm one day and say hi. Nice to see many of these skaters get their picture taken so you can see what they look like behind their skin suits. One of the things that Wilhelm, although I've not met him, when he communicated with the registration process, was asked how did he start in the sport of speed skating, and it was a friend that suggested to him. Often that's the case. He's somebody who's connected to the sport. It's a small sport. The most common is I watched it on the television during the Olympics. That gets people fired up. I learned a skate program. Sometimes athletes transfer over from another sport, or somebody's connected to the sport. He loves the speed, and I don't know how to say this. I'll just try and say this best I can and then back it up. He loves to lactate, and what that means is he loves the lactic acid buildup. The challenge of pushing through the pain in the muscles, I think, is where he's getting at. And, I guess he's picked the right race for that, hasn't he? 5,000 meters, I'd say the last three, depending on where he's at in his level of development, the last 3 laps, for sure the last 2, it's going to get tougher and tougher. Let's have a look at the lap times right now. They're fairly consistent in these two pairings. A second does make a difference, but what they want to do is they want to keep these lap times compressed. So, for example, let's look at McPeak's lap time. 34:33 was his last lap time as he heads into the south part of the oval. Now, in 200 meters, that lap time will change. It's obviously going to go higher. And if it goes lower, in fact, if it goes lower than the number on the screen, that's what they would call a negative split. That means he probably has a little extra. In him. And look at that. He did a negative split. That means he must have realized that he has more in the tank during his race. That's common, but not that common. I think Boissonneau might have done the same thing. I'm not sure, but I'm just zeroing in on Ian McPeak's for a moment. Now let's see what happens here as he heads into less than 800 meters left in his race. I would expect that time to go up because if they're expending everything they've got, the time should go up. But they adjust on the fly. So here comes McPeak. Have a look. 34.6. Okay, that's very good. He's keeping his times compressed. It should be very good. And it's the same for all the other skaters. Let me call in this race. They want to keep these times compressed. This will be very good for these skaters. Boissonneau and McPeak in the first pairing as they head into the final few meters of their race. Boissonneau in the white armband, McPeak in the red. As you see him on the screen, crossing the line with whatever energy they have. 7:07.91 for Boissonneau. McPeak, a time of 7:11.95. Darius Achetti and Wilhelm Eckenshaw giving everything they've got. You can see them both in their colorful skin suits as they head down the final stretch. Probably relieved, completing their 5,000 meters. Eckenshaw at 7:11.12 and Achetti in at 7:14.81. Ladies and gentlemen, that completes 6 quartets of 11. Time for an ice resurfacing. It is currently 10 minutes to 11. We will be back restarting at 11:15, unless I hear differently. 15 minutes after 11. The continuation of the men's 5,000 meters. Thanks for watching. Glad you could join us. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. 2 minutes to race time. 11:15 is the resumption of the 7th quartet. I'll introduce that quartet now. In the first pairing in the inside lane, Matthias Nageli. And in the outer lane, from Ontario, Alex Giannotti. In the second pairing in the inner lane, from Quebec, Joseph Perreault. And in the outer lane, also from Quebec, Felix Larochelle. Good luck, gentlemen. Okay, here we go. 7th quartet. Let's listen for the start. I'll start in quartet, the second pairing of quartet number 7. We've got, I'm going to call the 200 meters for Nageli and Giannotti. Matthias Nageli's opening 200 meters is 20.78. Giannotti at 21.65. Second pairing all started. We'll redo that in a moment. Looks like they're heading to the start line now. And we got a good clean start now in the second pairing. 2 Quebec skaters on the line. Second pairing is now underway. Battle of Quebec, Joseph Perreault, Felix Larochelle, heading towards their 200 meters. I'll announce their time. 21:32 for Larochelle, and Perreault 22:24. As they settle in, I'm going to give them some music and head on to the webcast. Okay, I'm back. I didn't want there to be crickets on the webcast for you. So it's important to me that I pronounce the skaters' names properly, at least to die trying and doing so. And so unless I meet with the skater or their parents, without talking to them, unless the name is very clear in terms of its pronunciation, or I know it for sure, I sometimes have to meet the skaters, or I've invited them to come and find me, and we talk about their names. And so I was at the Canada Winter Games, as I've said a bunch of times, and I met Alex Giannotti. Actually, he was doing some homework just near a restaurant where all the athletes were staying, and I introduced myself. And so I got clear on his last name, Giannotti. He competed in long track as he had aged out at short track. And so that was a name I was good with. So, Alex, I hope you're okay with that pronunciation. But on the screen, you see a name that I was. He's a happy-go-lucky young man. Loves obviously skating. Came from inline. He's racing actually his favorite race right now, which is the 5,000 meters. God bless him. But you have a very nice young man, and he left me a parting gift. He left me a Swiss chocolate bar, which didn't make it all the way home because I on the way home, I cracked open that the chocolate bar wrapper and finished it off. So, Matthias Nagali, thank you so much for that gift, and thank you for making sure I at least have a couple of options with your name. And welcome to Canada, and good luck with your speed skating career. That's Matthias Nagali, and a shout-out back to Sylvia and Marcus, who are probably watching. It's probably supper time back home in Switzerland right now. Giannotti is a University of Calgary student. And third year, I think we're coming on to a bell lap here very soon. And Alex's parents, Matt and Emma. I said his parents. I think his coach, Matt and Emma O'Donnell, back in Oakville, are the former coaches. And Alex wanted me to give you a shout out. As we see Nagali and Giannotti on the ice right now, and the bell lap has gone off. I should give our Quebec skaters a bit of attention. I haven't met Joseph Perreault yet, but I have met Felix Rochelle, who came 13th at Junior Nationals back in 22, aged out, but competed for his province at the Canada Winter Games for Quebec. And he got a medal, a gold medal, that is, in team pursuit. So congratulations, Felix. Let's bring these two skaters home. Crossing the line first to complete his 5,000 meters with a personal best is Matthias Nagali from Switzerland, 7:06.85. Congratulations. Alex Giannotti, 7:07.56 for his race. And here comes Perreault out of the final corner first, wearing the yellow armband. And he will cross the line with a time of, he's got one more race. That's because we had a false start. My bad. So Perreault is still on the ice. Felix Rochelle is not on the ice, so it doesn't look like he's going to complete his race. 2 extra laps, not extra laps, but 2 laps behind the first pairing is now Perreault, simply because of the false start. I think we'll give Joseph Perreault some ice as you watch Marc-André Poudrier-Michon. Marc-André, you have 4 names. I just need one, Marc-André, or 2. But he did say my nickname is Poud, or Poudi, but Marc-André Poudrier-Michon. Let's call in this race. So finishing up his race with a round of applause is Joseph Perreault. Unfortunately, Felix Rochelle didn't finish his race. That's the 7th quartet. 7:16.35 for Perreault. We move to the 8th quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Jalen Doan. In the outer lane from France, Jimmy Jouet. In the second pairing in the inner lane from Saskatchewan, Liam McKegg. And in the outer lane from BC, Matthew Mitchell. And we're off and running. Jalen Doan's opening 200 meters is 19:43. Jimmy Jouet from France, 20.36. And in the second pairing, we only have one skater, Matthew Mitchell. Liam McKegg was not at the start line. So 3 skaters in this quartet. Let's get some music on for them, and I'll head on to the webcast. Jalen Joan, Jimmy Jouet in the first pairing, only one skater in the second pairing. What haven't I said about Jalen Doan that hasn't already been said? Been around the speed skating community a few years, so that name is synonymous with a young, up-and-coming sprinter. 5,000 meters is not his specialty, but skaters will use these distances as training to test their endurance. Doan has had a spectacular year, really. I don't know how any way you look at it. When you go to the Canada Winter Games and come back with 5 medals, three of them gold, no matter how you look at it, that's one for the memory books. Congratulations, Jalen. He's a beautiful skater to watch. Watched him at the World Juniors, and Canada wasn't expected to medal in long track. A very young team that headed over there. The average age was 17, with 8 of the 10 skaters with 2 more years left on juniors. So Canada, I think, is going to be a force at the World Juniors, if not next year, the following year, if all these skaters continue to skate and stay together. What a great experience for these young athletes. And Doan came on, it was close to the podium by 2/100ths of a second. I can't remember if it was the 500, if it was the 500 or the 1,000. Anyway, he's leaving his mark for sure. He qualified for the juniors as second this year, and he was second in 2022 as well. He's kind of a cool dude, and he just wants to train at the highest level possible. He's a 500-meter specialist, but I think he also likes the 1,000. I've not met Jimmy Jouet. What I do know about Jimmy, though, is that he is from France. You can see the French flag. So if the Jouet family is watching back home in France, hello. Hello from Calgary. The France flag is up there. He did an exchange, I think, to Quebec. Trois-Rivières, I think he's living in Quebec City at this point. And obviously he's fallen in love with speed skating, and I think he's training out of Quebec. Matthew Mitchell is from BC, and he's another skater that represented his province at the Canada Winter Games. He's from Fort St. John. That makes sense because they have a indoor long track facility, one of the 3 there. This is his favorite race, the 5,000 meters, and he would love to make the Olympics, is what he has said to me, and who wouldn't? And so here he is, training away. His mom, Tara. Tara, if you're watching, if you're in the building, I'm not sure. If you are, say hello to me. Come say hello. But if not, if you're at home watching on a device or on TV, you're watching your son race the 5,000 meters. Do you have a prediction on what his time might be? We're probably going to be looking in the I'm going to say probably 7:15 to 7:30 range for these skaters, given their lap times. All very consistent in the 34.5-second range. The coaches and the athletes will sit down and study their lap times and add them up over 12 laps and throw in the opener on top of that. And that's what and then they'll look to, then they'll know what their time will be, or if they end up achieving that. And then the hard part, the easy part is the strategy. The hard part is executing the strategy. You can see Mike Hall with the hat on, and he coaches Jalen Doan, so giving him some encouragement. Assisting Jimmy Jouet from Quebec. I'll take a look again, but I think that's Sebastian Beaulieu. Yeah, I see him in the distance. And then Phil Riopel, who always seems to be in the coach's box during these meets, is coaching Matthew Mitchell. So there you have it. Jalen Doan, Jimmy Jouet, Matthew Mitchell on the ice for the 5,000 meters. With me on the mic giving you some commentating and white noise in the background. Hope you're enjoying watching. It's 11:30 in Calgary on St. Patrick's Day. We're going to get a bell lap here in a moment. And there we go. Doan looks exhausted, as he should be, with only one lap to go. Same with Jouet. It's hard on these athletes, but that's the challenge. There'll be a huge lactic acid buildup right now, and they'll be just operating on fumes and memory of their muscles. One foot in front of the other as they skate. Let me call in this race the last 100 meters. Ladies and gentlemen, this is quartet number 8. Jalen Doan in the white armband and the Canadian suit is crossing the line. He'll be glad this race is done. 7:08.87. That's a personal best for Doan. That's a fantastic time. Jimmy Jouet also with a personal best of 7:14.14. Wow, did I misread that race? I was thinking between 7:15 and 7:30. So good job for Jouet and Doan. Here comes Mitchell. With whatever he has left, here comes Mitchell crossing the line with a time of 7:17.52. We now move to the 9th quartet in the inner lane of the first pairing from Alberta, Jared Farquharson. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Cameron Mason. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Joshua Sutherland. And in the outer lane from BC, Jack Hansen. Okay, let's listen. And we are off. Quartet number 9 of 11, Jared Farquharson from Alberta with an opener of 20:59 and Mason 21:47. Joshua Sutherland from Ontario with an opening 200 meters of 22:82 and Hansen in at 21:53 as they now settle in to establish their lap time that they're the most comfortable with to achieve their desired time and goal. Are these skaters? Let me throw some music on for them and I'll go on the webcast. So I know 3 of the 4 skaters on the ice. I can talk a little bit about them. I swear I talked to Jared Farquharson at one point, and I need to circle back with him. But Mason and Sutherland and Hansen, a little bit about them. Mason's a very young skater. And he skates outside of Hamilton in Linden. And he's had a number of skaters. Mike Murray, I think, is his head coach in Hamilton. Not I think. It is his head coach. And by the way, Mike, if you're watching, when I talked to Cameron, he wanted me to give a shout out to you. So, Mike Murray, Cameron says hi. Over the years, or even now, you've had Mike Reve's always in the mix for Ontario skaters. Bob Mallard. Bob Mallard might be in the coach's box. I'll have a look here. I think so. Blake Morrison, I think is a cousin to Denny Morrison, is also coached. Cameron's a very young skater. Yeah, Bob Mallard, you can see him on the screen. He's in the red jacket. He's the father of Claire and Rachel Mallard. Cameron's a very young skater, not having a lot of opportunity to skate long track. This is one of them, the oval finale. Good on him to come out. In the early years, a lot of the skaters just trade short track inside of hockey rinks. I think Cameron hurt himself. I think he broke his kneecap during one of his training sessions. I think he's all better now. And he loves this race. He loves the 1500 and he loves the 5000. And he's been skating half his life now. He's 16. So very, very early in a speed skating career, for sure. A lot of skaters don't develop until their mid-20s, late 20s. You see that on the World Cup circuit right now. And some of our up-and-coming skaters right now who aren't on the national team may one day be, could end up being their mid-20s to late 20s. It takes a long time sometimes to develop a skater. So anyway, Cameron, Mason, hello and glad you're here. Joshua Sutherland, he's from Ontario as well. I think there was a picture actually on Instagram of the 4 or 5 skaters from Ontario. Sutherland was on that picture. Cameron Mason, Camden Bate was on that. Stephen Lee, Alex Wood. I think Chandra Danda is also in that picture. So check out the Ontario crew on Instagram. Couple of good, 5 or 6 good-looking guys, future speed skating stars. Sutherland's from Fergus, Ontario. I think he lives in Kitchener-Waterloo now. I might get that. He might have been born in Fergus and then grew up in Kitchener. Reve has been his influence. He wants to be part of the oval program one day. So he's 17. And Bill, your dad, Joshua, his dad is Bill and mom Lisa. Bill and Lisa, if you're watching back home, hello. Joshua wants to say hi to you. And thanks for everything, is what he'd like to say to you. He's not here, so I'm speaking for him. How's that? So your son is on the ice right now, Joshua Sutherland. So a pair of Ontario skaters. Jack Hansen from BC, who's had a year to remember. Anytime you get to represent your province or your country at an event that is the Olympics or something like the Olympics, and that's what the Canada Winter Games is a lot like. It's a very memorable experience. My wife went to the Canada Winter Games in PEI in 1991 and still has memories and talks about it. And those athletes that have gone on to compete will have memories. And Jack will be one of them. He represented his province for the province of British Columbia. His role model is one of the coolest dudes in the sport of speed skating, Denny Morrison. Jack's been coached by Richard Sticklow. Richard was here last week, and he's back home now. Richard, you left your mark, an indelible mark on a number of speed skaters. Bell lap has gone on for Sutherland, or rather Farquharson and Mason. I'm going to call that in. And he's got one main goal, and that's to take this sport as far as he can and to compete to the best of his ability. Let's call these guys in, shall I? Jared Farquharson and Cameron Mason on the ice right now in the first pairing of quartet number 9. As you see on the screen, Farquharson in the white armband. Crossing the line with a time of 7:12:58. And Jared, that'll be a personal best for you. Congratulations. Personal best for Farquharson. Here comes Cameron Mason. Crossing the line at a time of 7:30:81. Jack Hansen gets a personal best this morning, 7:13:98. He'll be pleased with that race. Both Hansen and Farquharson have beat their personal best by several seconds. And a personal best for Joshua Sutherland, beating his personal best by about 5 seconds. 7:29:16. Joshua, 3 PBs in that quartet. In quartet number 10, in the inside lane of the first pairing from Quebec, Edouard Bouillot. In the outer lane from Ontario, Alex Wood. In the inner lane from Ontario, Stephen Lee. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Aaron Reel. Okay, let's listen for the start. And we're off and running. We're in quartet number 10 of 11. Quartet number 11 will actually be a pair. Just 2 skaters on the ice. Let me call in the 200 meters. Alex Wood, 20.88 for his opening 200 meters. Edouard Bouillot, 21.22. Stephen Lee, opener, 21.89. And Aaron Reel, 21.98. Now these skaters settle in for the balance of their 5,000-meter race. There is a young woman, I'll find out her name, who keeps coming around. Well, this is day 2. I expect there's 2 more visits with a rhyme and a gift. So I didn't share this with you yesterday. So I'll share the rhyme with you now, and then if I find day 1, I'll share that rhyme with you. But also, I got a gift. I'll tell you that in a moment. So here's the rhyme. Finale day 2, and St. Paddy's Day is here. Let's drink some green beer and give Irish cheer. This comp is so busy. Greg and Dustin, meaning Greg Plenard, Greg and Dustin are running around. With every new scratch, I see more of a frown. There's some truth to that. With PBs dropping, skaters are looking fierce and mean. All of them driven by Village Ice Cream. What that means is when the athletes go put their name on a ping pong ball with their time and date, up for a prize and put it in the sphere at the guest services desk, they're also getting a gift certificate from Village Ice Cream in Calgary. So thank you so much, Village Ice Cream. Let me give you a plug. If you're in Calgary, you want some ice cream, go give them some business. It's very cool. And then the gift, way back when I was growing up, they had these little candies called Love Hearts. Just, little candies with tons of sugar. But they had a saying on it. I'm going to open it up now and see what the first Love Heart says. It's very nice of them to do this. Probably not exactly what you wanted to hear on the webcast. Okay, for my first one, it doesn't say anything. Oh, but I found the second one. The second one says good vibes. There we go. Good vibes. Hopefully you're having good vibes watching the webcast and watching your skaters. You see Bob Mallard Marc-Andre coaching their skaters on the ice is Edward Bouillou, Alex Wood, Stephen Lee. So 2 Ontario skaters. So Bob Mallard will coach both Ontario skaters, and Aaron Reel will be coached by Scott Van Horn. You see a number on Scott's board says a 6 and an 8. That indicates that is 36.8. Those are the lap times. They don't put the number in front is implied, the very first number, and they just give you the number before the period or the dot and the number after. That's about all the skaters can take in. They can't hear much. If I throw on some music, they can't hear much of that. They really wouldn't hear my voice. Skaters don't hear, if they're into their race, which most of them are, they really don't hear a whole lot. They're just, or anything for that matter. Marc-Andre coaching Edouard Bouillou, Bob Mallard coaching Alex Wood and Stephen Lee, and Scott Van Horn coaching Aaron Reel. Stephen Lee represented his province, Ontario, at the Canada Winter Games. Aaron Reel did the same. He did so in short track at North Rustico, which is a fishing village about 45 minutes from Charlottetown, PEI. And they created a brand new wellness center there, which included a hockey facility and a short track facility. I hung out at the long track facility in Halifax, but I was told the event and short track was a huge success. I heard the announcer was amazing. I heard the webcast was terrific. I listened to a bit of it on the Friday. Very knowledgeable webcasters on the sport of short track. So I'm always noticing those things as we watch on the ice. Skaters here in Calgary, Alberta, at the beautiful Calgary Olympic Oval. Edouard Bouillou from Quebec, Alex Wood from Ontario in the first pairing, wearing the white and red armband. Second pairing has the yellow and the blue. White and yellow are in the inner, red and blue are in the outer. Stephen Lee and Aaron Reel, Ontario and Manitoba. A lap or away or two for Bill from the Bell lap. These skaters are going to be feeling it right now. They're young skaters, so they wouldn't have raced the 5,000-meter race a lot. So it's new territory, probably for the first half dozen races. What does that do to the body? What does that do to their mind? How do you train for it? What do you expect? Putting a race strategy in place, executing that strategy. I mean, if it's done properly to your strategy, you should be absolutely exhausted when you cross the finish line and you look back, and that's as much as you can give. And of course, as the skaters get older, their technique gets better, and the better condition they're in, their lap times will come down. Now let me call in this race. Quartet number 10. First pairing coming to a conclusion with the final 100 meters. Here comes Alex Wood with whatever he has left, crossing the line with a personal best. Alex, congratulations. Here comes Edouard Bouillou from Quebec with a personal best of 7:38.56. Wood, 7:30.14. Edouard, Alex, PBs, congratulations. Here comes Aaron Reel with a personal best of 7:39.68. Congratulations. Stephen Lee, also with a personal best of 7:44.88. Quartet number 10 of 11. Congratulations. Personal best all around. In the final pairing, we have one skater in the inner lane from Ontario, Chandra Danda. Okay, let's listen. I wonder if a solo skater's ever false started. I'm sure they have. It's more common, obviously, when you have two skaters on the ice. I'm going to give Chandra some really cool music because he doesn't have a skater out there. So let me call in his opening 200 meters. One skater on the ice for 12 and a half laps. Let's cheer on this skater. Give the Chandra some encouragement. He's opening 200 meters is 21:34. It's a long time around with one skater and not having somebody pushing you, so I'm going to give Chandra some really cool music if I can. I threw on the Hawaii 5-0 theme back when, I know there's a new version, but my generation we won. Jack Lord was Steve McGarrett, Bookham Dano. Anyways, really cool music. We can't play that music over the webcast for copyright reasons. So what's going to happen is after Chandra completes his 12 and a half laps around from Ontario, we're going to take a break. The women, though, are going to get ready for their 500 meters. We only have 16 pairings. Oh, let me not forget, we're going to actually hand out awards. The fastest time this morning was Caleb Mueller, followed by Jake Weideman and Amy Perreault. Those are the top 3 times. Looks like Eric Orlowski is the 4th and Joel Simpson the 5th. So Mueller, Weideman, and Perreault, if they're in the building, we're going to acknowledge their 1st, 2nd, and 3rd positions. And why not? And then we'll have the break, and then we're going to come back with the women's 500 meters, and then we're going to do the women's 3,000 meters. So some of the skaters skating in the 500 will skate in the 3,000. They'll use that 500 as a warm-up. Not every skater is skating the race, but most of the athletes are here to race. So they don't, regardless of your, like for Jalen Doan, perfect example. He specializes in the 500, 1,000. Does a cup of coffee with the 1,500 for sure. But after that, you know, it's becomes longer distances. But he raced the 5,000, and good on him. Chandra Danda is on the ice. That's who you're watching right now. 5,000 meter race coming up to the halfway point, just over. I guess we're going to be looking at there's Bob Mallard. Bob Mallard coaching Chandra Dandra. Now I threw on some Rocky music for him. Day 2 of the Oval finale and Canada Cup 5. 2 more days ahead. Day 3. Day 3, we've got the men's 500, and we got to do the thousands for the men and the women, and then we get the 5,000 women's and the 10,000 men's. $3,400 meters. Going to be soon 3,800 meters for Chandra Dandra with 3 laps to go. I've got some great Rocky music for Chandra. This is one of them called Going the Distance, but I'm going to put on Gonna Fly Now. And hopefully it's got arguably, in my view, one of the most motivational songs in the world. It's crazy how good it is. I want Chandra to have the best race he possibly can have. All right. Now, the main event for him. Gonna Fly Now. With less than 2 laps to go. Can you imagine how hard that would be? Will Dutton did the 10,000 meters yesterday alongside Reese Dara. Reese beat him, by the way. I know, Will. I know, Will. You had him at the 5,000 meter mark. But Reese got you with 1 lap by a complete lap in the 10,000. But Will was competing against an athlete, I believe it was a massage therapist or physiotherapist, who ran around the oval and gave me a head start. Anyway, it was quite exciting. That happened on Wednesday. Let me call in Chandra. And Chandra Dandra with the Gonna Fly Now music, motivating him, hopefully, with only 1 skater on the ice. 8:01.12. Congratulations. An exhausting race. Gentlemen, that completes the 5,000 meters. 11 quartets. 10 quartets and 1 pairing. It's warm-up time now for the women. Zamboni will come on the ice at 12:45. Women's 500 meters. Women's 3,000 meters. That's coming up. The men own the morning. The women, the afternoon is all yours. 16 pairings in the 500 meters. 9 quartets, 28 skaters for the women's 3,000. We'll be giving out the awards for the men's 5,000 meters shortly. So you can see on the screen that they're rolling the times, the top times of all the skaters. Caleb Mueller will take the top time, followed by Jake Weideman and Amy Perot. So we're going to rally up Weideman, Mueller, and Perot. And we're going to hand out some awards. You know what that means? Race time coming up. 500-meter women's race. Forerunner first. Mila Ireland. Welcome. Forerunner Mila Ireland. Coming up. Okay, welcome to those in webcast world. It's 1:09, 1 minute before race time. We have a forerunner, which is a young up-and-coming skater who's going to skate the 500 meters first. And what that does, we'll test the systems of the starter and all the systems, actually, from start to finish. Mila Ireland is the daughter of Mike and Noriko Ireland, who are former World Cup and Olympian skaters. Mila was a forerunner last week, and this week she had a personal best of 44:11, I believe was the number, and that'll be the number she'll be looking to beat. Here we go. Let's hear this, and I'll call this live. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the women's 500-meter race here at the Oval Finale, Canada Cup 5. We have a forerunner, Mila Ireland, opening up with 100 meters as she rounds the north corner of the oval. Down the backstretch to be coached by her dad, former world champion and Olympian Mike Ireland. She started in the outer lane. She'll cross over into the inner lane, and that's where she'll finish as she enters the final corner on the south side of the track. And give her a cheer as she heads down the final 100 meters, stretching out without another skater, testing all our systems. Mila Ireland, thank you so much for forerunning the 500 meters. Well done. In the first pairing in the inside lane from the United States, Mary Brophy Magnus. In the outer lane from Quebec, Emmanuel Cote. Good luck, ladies. And we are off. Microphone on in the oval and to the webcast. This is our first of 15 pairs in the 500 meters. This is the second and final opportunity for the women to finish off their 500-meter season with the best times possible. Brophy Magnus with an 11:78 time, coached by Julie Wang. There's Marc-André Poudré-Michon coaching Emmanuel Cote. Brophy started in the inside lane, will finish in the outer, and Cote in the outer will finish in the inner. Here they come down the straightaway, the last 100 meters, stretching out everything they've got. Crossing the line first is going to be Cote with a time of 41:93, season's best for Brophy Magnus at 42:18. In the second pairing in the inner lane from Alberta, Molly Johnson, and in the outer lane from Quebec, Sandrine Lavac. So I call both racers just in case I didn't know if Levesque was going to show up in the screen or not. She didn't, so it's Johnson flying solo. Molly Johnson skating solo in this 500-meter pair with an 11:87 opener. Down the backstretch she goes. Kevin Crockett will give her words of encouragement, especially when there's only one skater, as she comes out the south end. For those of you that are inside the oval along the mats, give Johnson a big cheer and encouragement as she heads down that final 100 meters. Let's hope that she gets a PB. Everything you got. Here she goes, stretching it out. Johnson from Alberta, crossing the line with a time of 42:54. In the third pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Camille Tremblay. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Caitlin Pilkey. Okay, we are off. Camille Tremblay, when you watch this as a replay, next time you're in Calgary, go get your photo taken. Let's get a headshot of you for our graphics. Opening 100 meters, the best so far in the three pairings. Caitlin Pelkey at 11:45. Camille Tremblay at 11:59. Sebastian Bouillot coaching Tremblay. These races, as quickly as they start, they quickly end. Here comes Pelkey with the red armband, stretching it out. All she's got will cross the line first, and she does so with a time of 41:05. Tremblay in at a time of 42:47. We move to the fourth pairing in the inner lane from Ontario, Brielle Durham. And in the outer lane from Prince Edward Island, Jenna Larder. And we are off and running. Durham from Ontario and Larder from PEI. Jenna, if you're watching your race, go get a headshot. I think you can get them at the guest services desk. Love to see your picture up on our graphics. Opening 100 meters for Jenna Larder, 11:21. Durham in at 11:42. Rhea Pell giving words of encouragement for Durham. Larder by herself in terms of the coaching. At least that's my best guess. Here they come out the final corner. Here comes Larder with the red armband. Durham with the white's going to be fairly close, but crossing the line first with a time of 41:06 is Jenna Larder, and a personal best for Brielle Durham from Ontario, 41 and change. In the fifth pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Haley Bell, and in the outer lane from Quebec, Audrey Phaneuf. Marc Poulin is on today's starter duties for the women. And this is the second of the two 500 meters in the meet. Let's call the 100 meters. Bell lap, of course, and the 100 meter opener for Audrey Phaneuf from Quebec. 11:31, Haley Bell. 11:38, Sandrine Lapointe coaching Phaneuf, and Kevin Crockett coaching Haley Bell as they head into the final corner. Pair 5 of 15 in the women's 500 meter race, the second of the two during the meet. This will be their last 500 meters as they head into the offseason. Crossing the line first will be Audrey Phaneuf with a time of 40.3 and Haley Bell in at 41.19. In the sixth pairing in the inside lane from Manitoba, Skylar Van Horn. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Rose Larabotewa. Good clean start. Pair number 6 in the inner lane is Skylar Van Horn. Will finish in the outer. Larabotewa in the outer will finish in the inner. Fastest opening time, 11:11 for Larabotewa. Down the straightaway she goes. Gregor Jelinek is coaching Rose Larabotewa. Skylar Van Horn, coached by Scott Van Horn. As they enter the final 100 meters of their race, here comes Larabotewa in the Canadian suit with the red armband crossing the line with a time of 39:38 and 41:43 for Skylar Van Horn. In the 7th pairing in the inner lane from Norway, Anna By Farstad. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Sophia Bieber. And we get a false start here. Inner lane, Anna By Farstad. That means they're going to do it all over again. These are two very fast skaters. And my sense is they're both nervous and ready to go for the 500. Their last one of the year. Good luck, ladies. Okay, we got a good clean start. And pairing number 7, Farstad in the inner lane, Bieber in the outer lane. Bell lap, opening 100 meters for Bieber, 11:01. Farstad in at 11:32 as they round the first turn down the backstretch. Bieber crossing over Farstad, catching a bit of draft as they head into the final turn. Bieber will finish in the inside lane. She's had PBs all week and weekend long. Will she continue that trend? We're going to find out. Bieber and Farstad crossing the line with a time of 39:41 for Bieber, 40:47. Second fastest time of the pairings. We move to the 8th pairing in the inside lane from the U.S. In the inside lane, Blair Cruikshank. And in the outer lane from Norway, Karina Jagtuyen. Both of those skaters, I think, in pairing number 7 were a little off on their times, and I wouldn't doubt that having a false start would slow them down in terms of getting a jump off the start. We now turn your attention to pair number 8, Cruikshank and Jagtuyen. Both podium finishers yesterday in the 500 meters. So Blair Cruikshank's opener, 10:81, the fastest of the day. Karina Jagtuyen, opener of 11:08. Both were on the podium in the 500 meters. This will be a good battle right to the very end. Here they come down the straightaway, stretching it out. Cruikshank from the States, Jagtuyen from Norway. Crossing the line first is going to be Jagtuyen with the best time so far, 39:19. Cruikshank in at 39:53. In the inside lane of the 9th pairing from Quebec, Marie Ferlat. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Tatiana Daflac. Okay, we got a second fall start this afternoon in the women's 500. We're the 9th pairing in of only 15 pairings. And a number of skaters have decided not to opt for the 500 and probably to get ready for the 5,000 as well. But there's also a number of skaters in the 500 that will be competing in the 3,000. Okay, let's listen up. for the second start. Okay, good. We're off to a great start for the pairing number 9. And we're off and running. Ladies and gentlemen, Ferlat from Quebec and Deflek from Alberta. Opener for Tatiana, 11:44. Ferlat, 12:02. Kevin Crockett coaching Deflek, and it looks like Sebastian Bulio coaching Ferlat. Here they go. Final corner, the last 100 meters. Cheer them on inside the oval. Let's hope for more PBs that rain down from the Calgary Olympic Oval here in Calgary, Alberta. Crossing the line first will be Tatiana Deflek with a time of 41:98. That's a personal best. And Marie Ferlat, 43.1. And that is a personal best as well. Congratulations. In the 10th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Kendra Hawkins. And in the outer lane from India, Shruti Cotwell. Pair 10 of 15. Ladies and gentlemen, the women's 500-meter race at the Oval Finale, Canada Cup 5. 2 meets all wrapped in one. In case you've just joined us, Shruti Cotwell from India with an opener of 11:84. Kendra Hawkins clocks her 100 meters in at 12.88. Everything they got. This is a sprint with 100 meters plus to go down the straightaway. Cotwell is wearing the red armband, Hawkins the white armband. Shruti will cross the line first at a time of 42:32, and Hawkins in at 45.10. In the 11th pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Lily Pierre Garing. And the outer lane from Manitoba, Robin Solly. We're back. 11th pairing of 15. Garing from Quebec. Solly from Manitoba. The time to beat, 39 and change. Set by Karina Yagtuyan, followed by Lala Botriwa, Bieber, Cruikshank, and Audrey Phaneuf. Opening time for Solly, 11:76, and Garing at 12:12. Here comes Solly down the straightaway with a few meters to go, and the red armband crosses the line at a 42:48, getting in at a time of 44:89. We move to the 12th pairing in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Sophia Dvorak. And the outer lane from Manitoba, Olivia Karachuk. Pair number 12 of 15, a compact group of 500 meters women racers. Dvorak from Saskatchewan with an opener of 11:95. Karachuk in at 12:39. Manitoba and Saskatchewan on the ice right now. Tim Comfort coaching Dvorak. Scott Van Horn coaching Karachuk. Olivia will finish in the inside lane as she heads into the final corner along with Sophia Dvorak. They both come out, look fairly evenly matched, pushing each other stride for stride as they come to the end, and that's what it's about. Very close race, ladies and gentlemen. Season's best for Sofia Dvorak at 43.98 and a personal best for Olivia Krawczyk at 44.04. In the 13th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Cassandra Curry. And in the outer lane from BC, Beth Smith. Opening 100 meters for Cassandra Curry, 12:36. Beth Smith at 12:72. Riopel coaching Smith, Cassandra Curry, Julie Wong assisting both these skaters as they complete their 500 meters with 100 meters to go. And here we go, stretching it right out, very close indeed. The benefit of two skaters on the ice is to push each other to get the lowest possible time. Crossing the line first with a personal best is Beth Smith and Cassandra Curry in at 44.98. In the 14th pairing in the inside lane, from Quebec, Ariane Fournier. Ariane Fournier. Ariane Fournier from Quebec. Opening 100 meters is 12.11. Entering the first corner, exiting it down the backstretch with Marc-André Poudre-Michel coaching her as she crosses lanes to the outer lane, which is the lane she'll finish in. The time to beat, 39.19 for Yagtian, 39.38 for Lalibert-Roy, and 39.41 for Bieber. Here comes Fournier crossing the line, and she'll do so with a time of 43.12. Our final pairing in the inside lane from the province of Alberta, Madison Pearman. And in the outer lane, also from Alberta, Anna Bourgeois. Okay, the positions of 1, 2, and 3 may be in jeopardy with these two impressive skaters on the line. We'll find out. Madison Pearman's opener, 11:13. An Olympian, Madison Pearman on the ice. Anna Bourgeois, 11:61 for their openers as they head down the backstretch, crossing over into the final corner for our final race of the 500 meters. Pearman will finish in the outer lane with the white armband, stretching out as fast as she can go, crossing the line, and does so with a time of 39.31. Bourgeois in at 41.05. Pearman will take the second position unofficially. Rose Lalibert-Roy the third, and Karina Yagtian will unofficially take the top position. And that concludes the 500-meter women's races. It's that quick, ladies and gentlemen, because they are that quick on the ice. It's 1:32. We're going to do the women's 500-meter presentation awards as soon as we can gather Karina Yagtian, Madison Pearman, and Rose Lalibert-Roy. And then we move to the women's 3,000 meters, and that will happen, unless I'm told differently, at 2:20, 20 minutes after 2, to give some of the skaters a rest. in 50 minutes or 48 minutes from now. We'll see you then. Of course, we'll do the awards well before that. And we're off, ladies and gentlemen. Skylar Van Horn's opening 200 meters, 21.84. Beeson in at 22.11. In the other pairing is Greenfield and Langstrom as they come up to their 200-meter mark. Van Horn and Beeson in the first pairing. Greenfield and Emma Langstrom in the second pairing. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, 3,000-meter race, women's, the only one for this meet. It's 7 1/2 laps around the 400-meter track. And if they start in the inside lane, they'll finish in the outer. If they start in the outer, they'll finish in the inner. Okay, if you've just joined us, we have the first quartet of the women's 3,000-meter race. In the first pairing is Skylar Van Horn and Darby Beeson. And now we have the graphics up. Skylar Van Horn is wearing the white armband, Darby Beeson in the red armband. Emily Greenfield is wearing the yellow, and Langstrom in the blue. We have a Manitoba, 2 Alberta, and 1 Quebec skater on the ice right now. I expect the times in to be around 4.5 minutes for these skaters. Both Van Horn and Beeson and Greenfield represented their provinces at the Canada Winter Games. Van Horn in long track, Beeson for Alberta in short track. Beeson was over in the Junior Worlds for Cup 3 and the championships and had a very good meet, actually, and set some personal bests on the ice in Insel, Germany, and the Max Eicher venue. Darby has an extra gear in her, and we may see that here in the 3,000 meters. We'll see if she bests her personal best. Van Horn's having a very good meet as well, getting a bunch of personal bests. Emily Greenfield I've met. She's also part of the World Junior team and had just a tremendous young lady, full of life. And this race is in her wheelhouse. She loves these distances. I expect her to race the 3,000 and probably the 5,000 tomorrow, as the women 5,000 will be before the men's 10,000. And then Emma Langstrom, she actually, I think she joined speed skating from the RBC training ground, if I'm not mistaken. And she is racing one of her favorite races. She loves the 1,500 and the 3,000. And when I asked her if I could say hi to somebody for her, she wanted to say hi to my coach, Christine Lazarescu. So obviously, there's a bond there between Emma and her coach, Christina. So, Christina, that should warm your heart. Emma says hi. So let me call the race live in the oval. Darby Beeson and Skylar Van Horn in the first pairing with the bell lap. Less than 400 meters to go. Bell lap for Greenfield and Langstrom. So crossing the line first will be Darby Beeson and Skylar Van Horn, and we'll get back to you on their times. And here comes Greenfield and Langstrom. Greenfield wearing the yellow armband, Langstrom wearing the blue armband. Greenfield crossing the line first, followed by Langstrom. We now move to the second quartet in the inside lane of the first pairing from Ontario, Claire Mallard. And in the outer lane from the United States of America, Rebecca Simmons. In the second pairing of this quartet in the inside lane from BC, Kirsten Hagen. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Isabel Champagne. I'll be circling back with you with the times for the first quartet as we focus now on the second quartet. Mallard and Simmons in the first pairing. We're not seeing as many personal bests today as what we'd normally see. And there could be a number of reasons for that. We are in day 2, and some of the skaters have, they're racing every single race. They just finished some of the skaters have just finished the 500 meters. And so a bit of a break and then back on the ice for the 3,000. Some are saving themselves. We'll find out. It could be the ice. It could be the athlete. Anyway, let's listen and watch for the times, and then I'll talk a little bit more later. Here we go. And we're off and running for the second of 9 quartets. Claire Mallard and Rebecca Simmons. Mallard's opener is 22:29. Simmons at 22:44. Here comes Hagen and Champagne clocking in their 200-meter opener very close together. 22:04 for Champagne. Hagen in at 22:05. Both of these skaters, Hagen and Champagne, the 3,000 meters is in their wheelhouse. Kirsten Hagen from Burnaby, Isabel from Alberta. Claire Mallard from Ontario and Rebecca Simmons, who I've yet to meet. I was talking about the ice, or just the times in general. Yeah, I was surprised I haven't seen more personal bests. I think sometimes they come a little easier than others, depending on atmospheric conditions, depending on how ready the athletes to go, or how in terms of their prep for the race, if their body is ready to go. And as they say in the speed skating world, is it tapered, meaning hungry and ready to race? And also the ice conditions themselves. They can make them fast. They make them slow. They always want to make them fast. I talked to, so it depends, I guess. Plus, there's been a lot of personal bests already from last weekend to this weekend. So, and I've said it many times, if you get a personal best, that's fantastic. But you just made life a whole lot more difficult for yourself in order to achieve that personal best. When you're a younger skater and you're evolving and getting better, the personal bests come almost every race, and they come down in chunks. But as you start to get into the level of these ladies, it gets harder and harder once you set the personal best. Mallard and Simmons, their personal bests hover around 4:24. Hagen's around 4:20. An older skater than Isabel Champagne, she's around 25. Isabel's just up and coming, be 15 or 16 years old. And I saw Isabel put on a 3,000-meter clinic at the Canada Winter Games this year. And as I mentioned earlier, this is in Hagen's wheelhouse. So it's really going to be interesting. They're paired very well. Age doesn't, it has something to do with it, but not everything to do with it. So take a look at the pairings of Hagen and Champagne. They should be fairly close, and they are. They're less than a second apart. So that's a perfect pairing based on their times. I would expect, but you never know, Hagen to cross the line first, a little bit ahead of Champagne, but again, you never know. Both are very, very good skaters. I've met both of them, and wonderful young women. Claire Mallard comes from an amazing speed skating family, and the Mallards, Bob, who is coaching here. I don't believe he's coaching his daughter right now. So the bell lap has gone on for Mallard and Simmons, and I'm going to I'm going to call the race in. I mentioned, okay, so I mentioned Bob. And, okay, let me call the race in. This race, of course, is also, not of course, but it's also in her wheelhouse. So the first pairing of the second quartet is Mallard and Simmons as they race as hard as they can. Everything they got, whatever is left to cross line is going to be fairly close. Mallard is going to cross the line first, and she does so at a time of 4:24.01 for his personal best. And Rebecca Simmons in a season best at 4:24.60. Oh, I'm proud of myself. I actually called it a little bit better this time. Here comes Hagen, a little ahead of Champagne. A 4:23.17 for a season's best for her, and Champagne's going to cross the line at a 26.6. We now move to the third quartet in the inner lane of the first pairing. From China, Yin Chi. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Lori Caillé. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Gabrielle Jelinek. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Victoria Goplan. Oh, okay. Looks like we're having a pause. There's some debris on the ice, I'm told. So maybe what I'll do is put on a little music for those that are inside. I normally put on the Jeopardy theme as a homage to Alex Trebek, Canadian. Put that in the background and have a chat with you. I hope you're enjoying yourself. This is day 2 of the Oval Finale, Canada Cup 5. I say that all the time. Day 2 of 4. Wow, we're having so much fun here in Calgary, Alberta, at the Calgary Olympic Oval. Ah, beautiful building. If you've never been to this building before, when you walk in, you will be amazed at the vastness of it. The size of it is absolutely amazing. It's grandiose by every standards. Yeah, I know people say it's old for 35 years, but, old, that's a relative term, maybe according to technology. But if this building were to be in Rome, Italy, or anywhere in Italy, it would be old. Old there is 800 years old, so 35 years old. Anyway, it's well loved. It's well used. This is the 18th and final long track event here in Calgary from a very busy season for the athletes, the coaches, those that put the meet together. And also us volunteers chasing our kids around from event to event. And so here we are. It's coming to the end of the season, and but lots of racing yet. We've got the 3,000 meters, and then tomorrow, oh, I've heard the whistle. So we are now going to race. So you can see on the screen that the skaters are heading back into their positions. I'm not going to reintroduce them. I'm now going to go quiet and let Marc Poulin take over. Welcome to quartet number 3 of 9. Yin Chi, Lori Caillé in the first pairing. Chi's opener, 20.93. Caillé in at 20.26. Gabrielle Jelinek and Goplan, they book in their 200 meters at 21.36 and 21.47 respectively. Now they settle in. The 3,000 meters, 7.5 laps around a 400-meter track. If they start in the inside lane, they cross over enough times, they'll finish in the opposing or the opposite lane. Let's settle in and watch the race. All right, I give them a little bit of a background music, and then I just want to talk to you. Back in webcast land, they have a new app now called Sportity, and check it out because it contains all the pairings. If you want to see the pairings, let's say the night before, it's not the final. The final is usually 1 hour before race time because there's a lot of changes, additions, and mostly scratches or subtractions. But still, it keeps you current. It give you live results. In fact, I'm going to go check out the results for quartet number 1. And also, it connects you to us in the webcast world. So you can hear my voice, or turn it off for that matter, but you can listen, you can watch the racing. So in case you've just joined us, or I have a bit of white noise in the background for you. It's the women's 3,000 meter race, the only 3,000 meter race we're having. And then tomorrow the women have an opportunity to race 5,000. And then we're going to have the 10,000 meter race. Ted-Jan Bloemen is going to wear skates, or at least I think he is wearing his skates that are non-clap skates, the original version of skates. And he's going to see if he can get close to a record, a respectable record. I think it's, I got to find out the actual, I think it's 8. Anyway, I'll get back to you on the time. But there's a world record back in Mar, Germany that was placed, and then there's a 88 record, the Olympic record. I'm going to find out those times. I'm going to let you know. That's what he's interested in doing anyway. He's watching him is quite amazing. He's very strong. So just getting the times for you in quartet number 1 as we watch Chi and Kaye, Jelinek and Goplan in this quartet. Met Gregor Jelinek for the first time today, and Gayling, if you're watching. Just to said hi and put the connection together between Chloe and World Juniors and your travels back. And anyway, so it was nice to meet Gregor for the first time, who's held in high regard in the sport of speed skating, as you are in the sport and the endeavors you pursued beyond speed skating. We've heard the bell lap for pairing number 1 in quartet number 3 with Chi and Kaye in it. You see on the screen, you've got Jelinek and Goplan. But here comes Chi crossing the line with about all the energy expended and does a season's best of 4:09.48. Here comes Laure Kaye from Quebec, and she crosses the line at a time of 4:18.75. Chi laying down a 4:09 number. That is definitely the time to beat. For anybody that wants that challenge, here comes Gabrielle Jelinek in the outside lane. Striding right to the very end. Every second and tenth of a second counts. A 4:20.96 for Jelinek, and Goplan crossing the line at a 4:28.15. We now move to the 4th quartet in the inside lane of the first pairing from Quebec, Rosanne Grenier. In the outer lane from BC, Allison Desmarais. In the second pairing of this quartet in the inside lane from Alberta, Laura Hall. And in the outer lane from BC, Abigail McCluskey. This will be good. It'll be very close races. Let's listen in. Welcome to quartet number 4 of 9. Roseanne Grenier and Allison Desmarais. 2096 opener for Grenier. Desmarais in at 20.26. Laura Hall and McCluskey. McCluskey's opener 20.18. And Laura Hall 20.86. As they settle in for their 3,000 meter race. Well, we should get the fastest 3,000 meter times out of quartet number 4. Grenier and Desmarais, Hall and McCluskey. This is all in their wheelhouses in terms of their distances. Well, I should say, yeah, this is. I was confusing there for a second. Roseanne with Rose Laliberty. Why? But Roseanne Grenier and Desmarais. I think we're going to see some very close times. I'm going to be interested to take a look at their lap times as they move through the race. All very accomplished skaters. Laura Hall, who won the Canadian Junior Canadian Junior Championship in 2022 here in Calgary. She's now aged out. She's a neo-senior. Abigail McCluskey loves skating and a senior and has competed in World Cups. Desmarais has been around for a long time. A full of life young lady and has been doing some coaching. She actually helped out with the Alberta team at the Canada Winter Games, and quite a young lady. She is Roseanne Grenier. She's coached by Mansouf Wade, so I haven't looked down the backstretch to see who's in the coach's box. But if I happen to look, I'll see. And there's Mansouf with the beard. Remelt Elderling is coaching Abigail McCluskey, national team coach. Roseanne Grenier, I caught up with her in Winnipeg, of all places, at Canada Cup 3. And it was a pleasure to meet her. She's been skating now for about 10 years. Loves the distances, the 15, the 3, and the 5. So she's going to get a chance to do the 5. And 5,000 tomorrow and the 1,500 on Sunday. She goes to Laval University and she's studying math. She wants to be an actuariist. And she has a partner in her life named Caleb Mueller. You might recognize that name. And she'd like to give a shout out. Roseanne would like to give a shout out to Caleb. So there you go. Caleb, that's touching. Having a look at the lap times, let's have a look. Desmarais' time is about a second or so different than Grenier. No sooner has the race started, as it looks like it's coming to an end. So let me go live to the oval because we got bell laps for Desmarais and Hall, who are got some great lap times going and holding. Bell laps for Grenier and McCluskey. Here comes Desmarais, everything she's got to finish up her 3,000 meter race with Hall in the background. Crossing over with a personal best of 4:09.93, taking top time, 4:08.93. Personal best for Allison Desmarais. Congratulations. Roseanne Grenier crosses the line at 4:17.32. Here comes Hall and McCluskey, a season's best for Abigail, 4:08.6, and 4:09.89 for Laura Hall. We now move to the fifth quartet in the inside lane of the first pairing from Ontario, Alexa Annika. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Leila Cartier. In the second pairing of this quartet in the inside lane from Ontario, Rachel Mallard. And in the outer lane, also from Ontario, Rachel Freitag. And we're off. Alexa Annika, opening 200 meters, 22.11. Layla Cartier, 22.02. Rachel Mallard and Rachel Freitag, the two Rachels. In pairing number 2, 22.27 for Mallard, opening 200 meters, and Freitag in at 22.48. Now they settle in, establish their lap times, and good luck in getting the lowest possible time. So Alexa Annika and Layla Cartier are on the ice. Laura Kaye, born in Levi, Quebec. I think it's just like how it's spelled, like the jeans. And Alexa Annika is from Barrie, Ontario. And Matt Laurie in Winnipeg at Canada Cup number 3. And her goal is to get on the next gen team. Munsif Wade is her coach. And Chantel, if you're watching, that's the mom. Your daughter, Lori, says hi and says thanks for everything. I said Laura, Munsif, well, also Marc-Andre, too, I think, is in there as a coach. Yeah, Munsif was the past coach for Lori, and Marc-Andre is now the current coach. And Alexa Annika from Barrie, Ontario. I know that area because my sister used to live there. And knows a lot of people out of Barrie, Ontario. Her favorite race is the 3,000. So, Alexa, this is Sky Guy. You coined me Sky Guy, and I know your favorite song is the Zamboni song. Tongue-in-cheek, of course. You get two 1,500s all wrapped into one. And since you're working on top speed, this is a great race to attain top speed and hold that lap time as much as possible. Her mom, Laura Gully, and her dad... And actually, I don't know if I can read my writing. Oh, my. Claude. There we go. Claude, I'm sorry about that. Claude and Laura. Alexa says hi to you. I've met her a number of times, and one smart university lady. She's very quick and very smart. Off to graduate. She's graduated. Now she's going to head off and get her master's. And we've got Claire Mallard and Rachel Freitag on the ice in the second pairing. I've talked a lot about the Mallards. They have grandparents, Claire and Rachel. Bob's here. Wife's here as well. And Ed and Marilyn from Ontario. And then grandparents in UK. So if you're watching, Judith and David, somewhere in Manchester and in the Liverpool area. Wow. Awesome. You're watching your granddaughter right now. Well, the bell lap's gone off, so let me move to calling the end of this race. I still want to go back to quartet number 1 and give you those times. Bell lap for Rachel Mallard and Rachel Freitag. Here comes Alexa Annika with everything she's got left to complete her 3,000 meters. And Katya right behind her. Alexa Annika gets a personal best of 4:32.85, and Katya a personal best as well at 4:34.55. Layla and Alexa, congratulations. Here comes Rachel Mallard with also a personal best of 4:33.52, and Rachel Freitag, a PB of 4:36.02. PBs all around for quartet number 5. Congratulations. In the 6th quartet in the inside lane from Sweden, Tina Svensson. In the outer lane from Manitoba, Robin Solly. In the inside lane of the second pairing from Manitoba, Sophia Bieber. And in the outer lane from Sweden, Anne-Marie Lindquist. We're off and running. Quartet number 6 of 9, Svensson and Solly in the opening pairing. Svensson's 200-meter opener, 22.4. Solly in a 22.8. Bieber's opener, 22.66, and Lindquist in 22.9 as they settle in now for their 3,000-meter race. Good luck, ladies. So if you're keeping track at home, and for those that are still interested in quartet number 1, the Van Horn family, and Beeson, Greenfeld, and Langstrom, Skylar Van Horn came in at a time of 4:35.35. Beeson in at 4:29.49. Greenfeld in at 4:32 and change, and Langstrom in at 4:33.78. Not sure if any of those are PBs. I'll look a little deeper on that, but those are the times that came in. Kind of what I would expect for those. In and around their current PBs. Certainly I looked at Beeson's number and she was a couple seconds off, but still in definitely the ballpark. And the Freitag family. I didn't give Rachel some airtime that I wanted to because I ran out of time because apparently I talk too much from time to time. But Lori and Robert, Rachel says hi to you. And a big thanks for everything that you've done for her. So we turn our attention now to quartet number 6, Svensson and Solly. Big shout out to Robin's parents who were big supporters of her at the Canada Winter Games. Her father wore probably the most authentic bison hat ever, and it was tremendous. A huge supporter and got a lot of attention. Lost his voice by the end of the week, but a tremendous supporter and showed incredible spirit for the Canada Winter Games. Interesting about Robin is that although she's moved from Winnipeg to the Oval program here and as a student at University of Calgary, a quiet soul for the most part. But when I asked her what she likes to do other than speed skating or outside of speed skating, she likes to watch Formula One. And I would have never guessed it. Big fan of Lewis Hamilton. I would have never guessed it. So, so you never know. Now, it does make sense when I think about it because Formula One is all about speed, and Robin is into speed skating. So that's cool. Tina Svensson and Anne-Marie Lindquist I have yet to connect with. So I hope to do that at some point during this meet or as the years unfold. But to the Svensson family, hello and welcome from Calgary. It's got to be getting fairly late back home in Sweden. And Bieber, we've talked about as Canadian junior women's long track champion, has had a fantastic season, taking home that title and 5 medals out of Canada Winter Games and a number of PBs in the 500, and she'll get another chance tomorrow in the 1,000. 3,000 is not her distance, but a distance that all-round skaters should skate, and this goes with it. Let's have a look at the lap times. We got a bell lap here for Svensson and Solly. And Bieber and Lindquist will be about 200 meters or so behind, maybe 300 meters behind. So let me go now live to the Oval and call it in. Okay, bell lap for both Svensson and Solly. And now Bieber, and here comes bell lap for Anne-Marie Lindquist. In the distance, you can see Robin Solly digging deep, striding, quick stride, stretching out. Wants to finish with the best time possible. Let's hope for a PB. Solly crosses the line and gets one. 4:36.98 to Robin Solly PB. Svensson in at 4:40.35. Here comes Bieber with everything she's got left. After her 500 meters, she'll be glad this race is done and gets a PB for 4:32.99. Congratulations, Sophia Bieber. Finishing up from Sweden is Anne-Marie Lindquist. She'll cross the line with a few meters left, and she'll do so with a time of 4:48.50. Now moving to the 7th quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Marie-Michelle Gagnon. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Laurence Paquette. In the inside lane of the second pairing from Sweden, Rania Etsi. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Marie Flat. And we're off and running. Quartet number 7. We'll have one more quartet and then a pairing. Marie-Michelle Gagnon, 200-meter opener, 22.85. Laurence Paquette, 22.39. Rania Etsy. And Ferlat, Etsy's time, 22.22. Ferlat in at 23.43. Well, these racers are racing who none I have met personally. Well, that's not true. Michelle Gagnon, we walked in together one day and said hello. And she, you know, when these skaters or athletes registered, they were asked a couple of questions, a little bit about how they got into skating and what do they love about it, and what do they do outside of skating, and it's great information for me because I want to get to know these skaters, and if I don't get to know all of them, there's a lot of them personally, this information is helpful. One of the fun facts about Marie Michelle was her brother was a speed skater, and so she wanted to try, and I'm not sure if her brother is still skating, but she certainly is. And it looks like we've dropped off a skater in this first pairing of this quartet, Laurence Paquette, who is no longer skating. And Rania Etsy from Switzerland. Hello back home to the Etsy family. Look forward to connecting with her and learning a little bit more about her. There's a number of Swedish skaters. Just love to have you guys, and I hope you're enjoying your time here. It's not the cheapest, with air travel and accommodations and food. But you know what? You're in one of the most beautiful speed skating facilities in the world. Now, I'm biased, of course, because I've only seen about 4 or 5, and there's about 39 permanent structured indoor facilities. So you could say that I really don't have a basis to make that comment, but I find it beautiful to walk into. Very grandiose, for sure. And Marie Ferlat, she got into skating because she likes running and she likes pushing her limits in an event like where she's responsible for. It's her and her potential alone. And I think that's so cool. She's basically saying, I'm going to take full responsibility for my outcomes. I love it. So that's a little bit about Gagnon and Etsy and Ferlat. I'm going to switch gears on you and share something with you. And I don't think I'm going to get it done completely, but I'm born and raised in Manitoba, a town called Brandon, but moved into Winnipeg in my early 20s to fulfill my career. And I've been in Winnipeg ever since. I just love my city. And but I didn't connect to the sport of speed skating until 22 years ago, actually. I've told the Mike Ireland story a number of times, and I won't regale those details this time around, how I saw Mike Ireland showcase the beauty and mystique and the speed of speed skating in Winnipeg coming off a World Cup stop. It was so beautiful. And but that was my first taste to see what it's like at that level. Now let me call in this race. So with one skater in this pairing, that being Marie-Michelle Gagnon, wearing the white armband as she comes out of the corner, down the outer lane on the straightaway, hoping for a PB. What are we going to see? 4:46.11 for Marie-Michelle Gagnon. Here comes Rania Etsy from Switzerland, wearing the yellow armband, crossing the line with a time of 4:40 exactly, and a season's best for her. And Marie Ferlat, driving with the last 50 meters to go by herself, will cross the line in a time of 4:56.72. We now move to the last quartet before we go to the final pairing. of the women's 3,000-meter race. In the inside lane of the first pairing from Alberta, Camille Alford. In the outer lane from Ontario, Daria Vogt. In the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Sophia Dvorak. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Beth Smith. All right, let's listen for the start from Marc Poulin. Well, hello, everybody in the oval. The few of you that are still remaining. Lots of speed skating left. Maybe not today, but tomorrow. We've got Camille Alford on the ice right now, 23-28 from Alberta. Daria Vogt from Ontario, 23-89. Sophia Dvorak, 23-58. And Beth Smith, a 23-07 time. They now settle in and keeping their lapse time as compressed and as low as possible. Let's hope for some personal bests out of quartet number 8. So one more race after this, and tomorrow morning we will continue on day 3. This is St. Patrick's Day. Tomorrow we're going to continue on with the men's 500 meters, the women's and the men's 1,000 meters, and then we're going to have some fun with the women's 5,000 and the men's 10,000 meters. On Sunday, the grueling 1,500, the always popular and grueling, followed by the mass start and team sprint. What an exciting way to finish the year. We will do the draw from the drum of the ping pong balls. There's over 1,100 ping pong balls in there. All the personal bests achieved from August until now. It's come to an end. So what I wanted to say to you earlier, I was just starting a story about the fact that I'm from Manitoba and born in Brandon, moved to Winnipeg, introduced to the sport of speed skating to my then girlfriend, now wife, Gail Johnston. And so you could say I come by it a little bit honestly, and now that my children are involved in it, I'm much closer to the sport and I'm looking to be a student, and I'm a sponge with everything the coaches and skaters offer up. And the more I think I know, the little I know once I start talking to those that are in the know, that have competed, that have coached, that have run meets. There's so much to know, and it would blow your mind to know what they know on every little nuance about the sport. I spent time yesterday and today learning more and more about the ice. The ice temperature right now is -8, but that's below. Above is around +15 or so, where the skaters are skating. But I wanted to know what made fast ice. I'm actually going somewhere with this story. But what made fast ice and slow ice? And in the ice resurfacing, they control how fast the ice can go. It depends on how much water they put down. They can control that water flow, whether they scrape the ice, whether they shave the ice, the speed at which they go around. Although that one I just added, I'm not quite sure. But there's a standard preparation for the ice, and then the Zamboni drivers have a huge influence on the speed of the ice. And I didn't know that. And Mark Messer, who was the ice meister of all ice meisters, who's since been, he applied and got the job as director of the Oval, has now moved on. And there is a replacement for him who one day I'll get a chance to meet as the bell lap goes off for Alford and Vogt. I guess I'm going to need one more race to tell you the story, because I just really want to talk about Winnipeg connection. So let me call in this race. So bell lap has gone off for Camille Alford as they head into the final corner. Daria Vogt is in that pairing as well. You see in your screen Sophia Dvorak. So the red armband is Daria Vogt. She's going to cross the line first with a time of 4:49.98. She'll be happy with that. That's a personal best. And Camille Alford at 4:54.75. Beth Smith crosses the line with a time of 4:46.72. That's a personal best. And Sophia Dvorak at 4:26. Whoops. That was her 2,600 meter time. We'll get her 3,000 meter time coming up. With the final 50 meters to go, Dvorak in the green and black with the yellow armband crosses the line with a time of 5:09.97. That completes 8 quartets. We go into the 9th quartet, which is a pairing in the inside lane from the province of Alberta, Margaret Breedlove. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Olivia Krawchuk. All right, let's listen to the start. Alberta and Manitoba on the ice, ladies and gentlemen. Margaret Breedlove from Alberta in the inside lane will finish in the outer lane wearing the Canada-looking suit. And Olivia Krawchuk from Manitoba, who started in the outer lane, will finish her race in the inside lane with the Manitoba Cobblers in her skin suit of yellow and black. Looks like Marika Nadal is coaching Maggie Breedlove and Scott Van Horn coaching Olivia Krawchuk. I'll throw some music on for them as they settle in and I tell stories on the webcast. Okay, so where was I? Oh yes, I was talking about my Winnipeg connection. I just got on the topic of ice. So Winnipeg has produced, if not a lot of skaters, a lot of people connected to the sport of speed skating. Probably the most legendary would be Peter Williamson, who's in the Hall of Fame, who passed away prematurely in his 50s many years ago, but is a legend in his is a legend in the sport. He was in speed skating, also cycling as well too. Tyler Dara and Reese Dara. That's definitely connected to Peter Williamson, and Crispin Parkinson. Well, let me just go with Winnipeggers first. So Peter Williamson, Tyler Dara, Reese Dara, who's the equipment manager for the Canadian and men's and women's national equipment team. Mike and Sean Ireland are both from Winnipeg. Their dad, Bob and Darla, were heavily involved in speed skating. Shannon Rempel is also from Winnipeg. So is Brittany Schuessler. Baron de Tolner, Travis Boyd, those are officials. Cindy Clausen, of course. Clara Hughes. Now, some of these are skaters that have gone on and been retired. Some are connected to Winnipeg, had a cup of coffee, and still involved in the sport. Rema Eldering, national team coach. Crispin Parkinson, out assisting in the Oval and on the Oval staff. Coach Alex Moritz, out of Manitoba. Greg Plenart, a legend in the sport of speed skating, has been in his blood forever. And he was a coach back in the 80s. Okay, one of the skaters, I don't think, crossed over. And I'm not sure who. It might be Olivia, but I'm not sure. It is, yes. But she's going to finish the race anyway. It happens. You won't be happy with that. But the reality is that it happens. If you don't switch over, then you're unable to have a completed race. But the reality is that to every skater, long races, and this is really new to her, and this is really early in her speed skating career, it's going to happen. If that's in fact her, I think it is. Yeah. And everything I say, of course, is unofficial because you don't make the final call. The officials will make the final call. So while that's happening, Olivia's from Manitoba, so I'm talking about Manitoba. So those that are connected to Winnipeg, I was talking to, mentioned Peter Williamson, Tyler Dara, Reese Dara, Crispin Parkinson, Remit Eldering, Coach Alex Moritz, Greg Plannert, Will Dutton, who's now out in the Oval, coached in Manitoba for 3 years, Scott Van Horn, who's on the ice right now, Shauna Hicks and Myron Perrin. Shauna Hicks is connected to Winnipeg. Susan Ock, John Little. Well, he helped out the software for Winnipeg Bus the Transit, but I wanted to give him a shout out. I guess the whole point is that there's just a lot of connections to Manitoba, from Manitoba, in the sport of speed skating. Finishing up this race in the outside lane is Margaret Breedlove with a personal best time of 4:56.81, and Olivia Krawchuk crossing the lane at the line at 5:04.32 for an unofficial personal best for Olivia as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, that completes the women's 3,000 meters. That is it for the day. We get to do this all over again tomorrow. And we're going to be starting with the men's 500 meters, followed by the women's 1,000, men's 1,000, the women's 5,000, and the men's 10,000. Ahead of a very exciting day on Sunday, the 1,500 meters, followed by the mass start and the team sprint. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for some awards to put a bow on this day. And it looks like we got Abigail McCluskey, Allison Demeray, and Yin Chi. So those three skaters head down to the podium. If you're still in the building for recognition, we'll get started right away if you're ready to go. So stay tuned. Testing 1 2 testing. Testing 1 2. Okay, we're going to do the awards presentation in a moment. It's now time to present the 3,000 meter women's awards. In the third position, from the country of China with a time of 4:09:47, would you give it up for third place, Ainsi? Taking the second place position with a time of 4:08:93, give it up for Allison Demaray. And the first position, the pride and joy of Penticton, BC, with a time of 4:08:59. First position, Abigail McCluskey. Ainsi, Allison Demaray, Abigail McCluskey, congratulations on your podium finishes for the women's 3,000 meters. We'll see you tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. 500 meter men's to open up, the 1,000 meter women's, and the 1,000 meter men's to follow with the 5,000 meter women's and the 10,000 meter men's. Enjoy your evening, rest up. Let's do day 3 tomorrow all over again. Mic dropped.